I mean, you can't hear me. God damn it. That is not how it works. You can't, like, if you can't speak in chat and tell me that you can't hear me, that's not gonna work. Cat, hi, welcome on in. I have either bigger news than yesterday. Cat, it's crazy. The title is true. I don't get it. I don't get it. Everything is fine though. It is a good thing. It is a good thing, but it's just I wouldn't say it's overwhelming, kinda. I mean, it kinda is to an extent, but it also it's not entirely true that it is. But yeah, it's just God damn. I wasn't expecting anything, and in 2 days, so many. Ah. um, do you remember the number I gave you yesterday, like last night? Do you remember that? Because yeah. I can't really show you the analytics because of privacy and other people data when they have given me some data, but it is kind of crazy to think that on Sunday I had 22 to 30 sessions on the app from people that are testing, which I highly appreciate, obviously. Um, but Sunday, 22 session. Today, 613. Eh, why? Why so many? Why so many? Yes. I don't get it. Yeah, I think yesterday I sent you 160 something, and in like last night, and today 600 sessions. I don't get it, which is really good because I have received some feedbacks and bugs, not entirely bugs, but bugs that exist on the app, and that's pretty good overall. Like this whole thing right here, some people are giving me issues that they have found, as in here we have this character that doesn't exist, and then on other activities this one had like a page that didn't render properly. The good thing though for me is the fact that this is all fixed right now. uh have a good look. So that is really good. Like this person had a specific issue with the quiz where basically the button for canceling and going back to the home page was broken to an extent. Basically, the only tab zone that I put in place was the text and not the button, because I'm a dumbass and I forgot about that. So the person tried to exit and couldn't. Um, so that's fixed now. This one had like a bit of an issue on the sizing of the content, so I now have that fixed as well. This one is a bigger review overall of things that needs to be implemented, as in the onboarding screen, as we talked about multiple times, and other things needs to absolutely be in there. So I decided to do that and build or created this kind of thread on threads to explain a bit of how the app works and everything, to pinpoint when we have issues. So I do like that. Overall, it explains most of the things, but it's not. It's not the best, but it's better than nothing. And I'm happy with that. So we have that now, and this one had a bit of a question as well about the how can I say that? The kanjis. This page specifically had the readings that you can see right here that are in katakana instead of being in hiragana. Not instead, but it's like two different things. Basically, in the current settings of Japanese, when you are reading things, you end up with multiple readings. This is going to take a while because that preview has crashed again. But yeah, basically the kanjis exist in multiple readings. There is one reading in, usually there is one or multiple readings in Chinese reading and one or multiple readings in Japanese reading, and you end up with a ton. And so in here specifically, we used to have everything in the Chinese reading first, which I don't know why that was the case, but that was the case. And so now we have the ability to have these here. So as you can see here, that is the amount of readings that we have for one kanji, for one specific one, which is ue, which means above. And yeah, the Chinese readings are just 3 of them, and the Japanese reading is just 15. Yes. So that's fun. It's fun. Thank you. Gothic, hi, welcome. And how was your stream today? How is your stream going? I don't know if you're still streaming. You were streaming earlier today. I saw you on the side. But hi. How's you? How's everything? Good. Good job. Congratulations. So yeah, so that happens. That is pretty cool. And metrics wise, you know, because we're talking metrics around here. That's not true. We never talk metrics around here. That post that I made yesterday, this thing right here, metrics wise, pretty good. That metrics though, why? I mean, I'm not complaining. I'm not. But yeah, that's crazy. Here, same thing, and on Twitter, same thing. This thing is just blowing up compared to my regular post. When you look at my analytics, because I can do that now. Why? What? Why? 2 days. Obviously, it's nothing compared to some of my biggest posts, but still, out of no activities, we have that spike right there. That's a lot for me. So yeah, anyways, I hope you're good. Huh. You like Trello? You enjoy Trello? Or is it like Trello-like workboard type of thing? I have a bit of an issue with Trello. I feel like it's it hasn't updated, or it hasn't been updated in a while, and the design of it is really dated to me. So maybe since it has been acquired by Asana? No. Jira? Yes. Jira. It's maybe better, but yeah. Okay. I don't think it, I mean, the last update that I've heard of was 5 years ago. So also, I haven't used it in the 5, 6 years. So there is probably update in the middle that I have missed. Let's be clear on this one. But you know, for me, it seems like a bit outdated and not updated. The one that I use, I don't, but the one that I use is Notion. Notion has basically everything you need in terms of representing whatever. You want a Kanban board, you have it. You want a table, you have it. You want a roadmap thing, you have it. You want just a table, you have it. Um, like it's a tad better for me, but also it pushes you fast and really quickly into pay, please. Notion? It's Notion. Notion.so. That's right there. I think. Should be. Maybe. Potentially. Though I'm logged in, so yeah, that's gonna be. I have my skill analysis in front of me. Right there. For the thing that I can do, the thing that I can't do, the thing that I'm doing with my counseling-ish person job reorganization thing. So it's pretty cool. But yeah, so again, right there, right, I have a table, I have regular text, I can 100% add more content if I wanted to, and in there is like a ton of options that you can just add to whatever. It's pretty cool. It might be extremely useful. Though, the thing that I would say for you as a writer, it might be a bit too structured. If that's something that you don't like, and you are mostly like moving around and trying to look for things, I could, always recommend Milanote. Milanote is really good for me. It's basically a free Canva if you don't know what it is. So you just have an infinite Canva where you can do whatever the fuck you want. And in there, if you want like some block of text, some images, some scribbles, some links, some subfolders, that can help a ton. So I can highly recommend it because it works. But you know, it depends on what you do. I think this one is pretty good for I think this one is pretty good for like project checking and brainstorming because it's a whiteboard. It's a massive whiteboard. I would say potentially that's a potential. Um, the thing that Andreas was working on or is working on that we worked on the logo for a while back. This thing, which is law. What's the name? What's the name? Infinilaw, which is basically something to write stories for him and basically have something like more substantial in terms of the ability to write. That's the plan. I really like what we came up with in terms of the logo breakdown. Like, it's pretty good. So, you know, just when that's released, I don't know when that will be released, but if that is released at some point, it might be even more better. Very English of me. Very more better for you as a writing person, because this is mostly like for writing specific. So, yeah, might be a good thing. Might be a good thing to check it out. But yeah, other than that, I don't think I have other apps or platform that could be better for writing than Notion or Milnote. I feel like that's the best. Nah. Almost. I use Craft, but that's mostly for me. Um, Craft is basically Notion tiny, or used to be, and now it's a bit bigger, so I don't really, I don't, I don't know. I don't know. It's good. That's all I'm gonna say. I like it a lot. I like the logo a lot. The loading is really cool. But it is basically a Notion thing, and or Notion competitor. It's simpler. It is a bit more friendlier designed than Notion. That is really corporate, so I like it for that. But also, it's the same idea. So yeah, I don't remember if their free plan is free plan. Yeah, they have 10 docs for free, which is not that good. But I get it. I get it. I like that. That section is really cool. To explain that you're gonna pay 10 plus 12 plus 12 plus 15, usually with one of these tools, and then with Just Craft, you just have 8 a month. That is a very powerful marketing strategy of showcasing how much the other subscription cost and how much it would cost you with that tool specifically. So that's cool. That is cool. But yeah, no, overall, Craft, I like them a lot. Like that effect on the button is really cool. Anyways, details. Details. I know that there is like a lot of AI tools that are coming up for storytelling. The thing is, I have a feeling that the current state of AI generation for text is not good for storytelling at all. I think it's good if you want to have bullet points, but not for writing in any way, shape, or form. I feel like you're basically gonna end up with a blob of text that makes sense, but also feels inhuman. Though if you have like a character that is a bit out of this world, and then you use AI to generate the text that they say or the ambience that is used in these pages, that could be interesting. A very interesting writing scheme when you have the thing that is really cool and human, and then it turns a bit robotic-ish for 3 pages, and so the reader would feel kind of uneasy. And then going back to the regular thing, maybe at night, I don't know. Um, yeah, but if you had like a why am I like this? Ha! All right, that's what the brain said. I'm gonna say it anyways. If you had like a ginger character in there, it would be soulless. It would be fine. Anyways, that's the joke. I said nothing. You heard nothing. uh, that isn't true. That is not true. I really don't understand, by the way, going back to that joke, I don't understand how this came to be as a thing. Like the origin of this myth. Um yeah, I mean that makes sense, doesn't it? So I don't know. But yeah, I don't really know what's the origin of that happened. Um, oh, and now we have Kant that has the same skin. I see. Um, no, not evil, but like the fact that they have no soul. Like it feels weird. I mean, cat has black hair now, so that happens. A wheat walker, as in wheat, like whole wheat. Ah. But yeah, overall, like I don't know. I'm thinking about it, but I don't think I know the like. Sorry, my bad. I didn't think it was like a hidden thing. But yeah, you probably look way paler than yeah, maybe. Yeah. I mean, she wasn't planning on doing it today. She was planning on going to the gym, and I said no. That's what happened. And then, yeah. Who's dry? Can't. Who's dry? Um, yes. Yesterday was a bad day in the gym, and therefore going back today is a bad thing. Um, for cat specifically. So yeah, I'm protecting the cat. She's making too much gym thing. Yeah, don't worry about it. I saw like a Dr. Mike video earlier on that same day, which is really cool. Um, about training every day and not doing that. And cat is kind of training every day, which is bad for your health and your recovery and all that. And it's probably gonna impact long term, which I don't want.
Bad AOL, bad.
The people with the mask that are glued to their faces? I don't know what you're talking about. You mean Slipknot? Daft Punk? You know, I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about or who you're talking about. Not a thing I know. Not a thing I know. So yeah, going back to what I was saying earlier, this is pretty good overall. 600 and something install. I mean, technically sessions so far 660. We have 420 invites, which is nice. But yeah, 420 invites installs are in the 100. I mean, the yesterday install was 269. That is crazy. That is crazy. So the app is pretty good. We're on build 95, which I think, personally speaking, I would probably say it would be better if I were to release the app entirely for build 100, so in 5 builds. So I need to fix things and release things, so we might have some work to do today. There was a Twilight Zone episode where a guy dying is willing to offer his inheritance to these nasty in-laws of his, and only if they were these masks. That shows the real ugliness. Skip it until after midnight when he died. Hmm. Yeah. I have never seen that. I have no clue. I have no clue what you're talking about. Let me enjoy the music because this one is good. Start this. So, we have news-ish, kinda. As I said, the have a good lunchtime. The app is mostly gray. The theme, the original theme is gray. You can, as always, do whatever theme you want. If you like green, you can do green. If you like gray, you can do gray. Everything works, but that is updated, so I'm pretty happy with that. The quizzes are working as intended. The successful one has a very specific, or have a very specific haptics feedback background, so it's a bit of a tick effect. You can kind of feel how it's ticked, and then if you make a mistake, as in let's say this is a mistake, it has a bit of a it's the native iOS haptics feedback, so I do highly like that. It's a pretty good addition. And then right now, for example, I have lost a live that you can kind of see at the top. It is, however, something that I just added this morning, which is if I were to say I have lost one live, I have 2 out of 3, and I'm doing a fully successful quiz, I'm regaining a life. So that is a bit of a hidden thing, but I think, maybe, I don't know, it would like kind of push people to make better quizzes and take the learning a bit more seriously. So you can regain lives, you don't need to buy the lives. It's a way for you to potentially like get infinite lives if you just want to do that, right? If you just want to do that, you can have infinite lives by just losing one, killing the quiz, starting a quiz back, attempting to do it like 100%, get it 100%, you get your life back, all of that. That's an option. That's an option. Tactran, hi, welcome in on YouTube. How are you? Did I pronounce your name right? I don't think so. Is it a CH that is more of an R sound? It might be, it might not be, I don't know, but hi, welcome in. So that happens, that's pretty cool. As said, these have been updated to have the regular readings in, I can call you Tag. Good, Tag is fine. Appreciate it. And for the ones that don't have, or that do have a use case, we also have the exact same thing where you can see where the particle is used or that hiragana is used. Most of the particles in Japanese are going to be hiragana, I think. Either combines or singles. Most of the time singles, but it happens in combine as well. So that's a thing that I added, as I kind of showcased on threads yesterday, this morning-ish type of thing. For learning purposes right now, I'm sometimes needing, I mean, if that's a good, if that's a good thing, okay, that's a good thing. Looking like a different person, I don't know. Oh, so you will be even more intimidating for people. I see. Well, enjoy that. That's gonna be Woo. So here for the readings, I think I'm gonna go in the katakana because it's less viewed characters. It's easier for me to just say, well, I can just read the table without really knowing exactly what it is, and so I know that it's Ayu or Kakiko or all that. But maybe I'm not remembering exactly how this one is pronounced. I can just tap on it, have the readings, or I can just tap the I and get the readings for all of them, and that's I think that's a pretty good thing. I think that's a pretty useful addition. So that's not new, but pushed and really working everywhere. Same thing for the radicals. Now radicals pages have a bit of a better overall design. I'm still wanting to redesign that bottom section. I had a chat with my sister that said this is not good, and I kind of agree. Right now, each of the radicals have kanji linked to them, and the thing is, you don't really know what it is. Like, you just see that, and you see a list of kanjis right here, but you don't really know how they are, what they mean, why that radical at the top is used in that kanji, like how can you understand all of that? So right now, the only thing that you can do is like click on the kanji, see how it is, and then move on, close that page, go back into the radical, explore all that. So my sister said it would be better if we had cards with the kanji, its reading, and its meaning, so that potentially you can link the radical that you're seeing, like here, the square box open. Maybe is useful if you can see like this kanji, which means district, or word, which is a radical in the center of a square box, roughly. You can understand that. So that's the idea. That's the idea. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, I'm gonna redesign this. That's for sure. And right now, I don't know how. What is SRS? Can you tell me that? Maybe. I don't know what SRS is, so I can't say for sure. I also I don't know anything about code. I built the entire app without really knowing what I was doing. I still don't. So that happens. It kind of is a space repetition system in a way. It's not exactly the same as Enki, Anki, or other platform, Duolingo, all of that. You basically have access to, let's use this one for example. If I'm on the hiragana section and I start a quiz, in the quiz itself, it's a space repetition of all of the hiragana at once until I have mastered all of them. And the way that it's built is it kind of push the one that you haven't seen first, and then when you have seen some of them, it's random, and when you have mastered one, it's seen less than the others. So it kind of pushes you to see everything as quickly as possible compared to what I've seen and used in Anki, which is kind of slower. I do understand it, but it's like you see 5 or 10, and then you see these 5 of 10 again, plus 1, and then you, in these 5 of 10, you have seen one multiple time, and every time it was saying that this is easy, then this one is going to go further out. So that system is not in place. I don't think it would be beneficial for me to put in place, to be honest. I feel like that's a personal thing, but I feel like if I have the exact same features as Duolingo, Bumpo, Busse, Anki, all of that, the app itself is not going to be that interesting. So I kind of want to have my own thing, even though we still have similarities, as in the quiz is really similar to some of the first version of Duolingo for sure. But I'm kind of just adding more or different things, like the coins, the quiz, the effect of the coin being like physically moving based on my phone, like that shit that makes no sense, but it still works. But yeah, I don't know if I would put in the space repetition as Enki has put it in there. I'm not against it, but I have a bit of a preference. Um, but it is. So right now I just showed the characters. The reason why I made this app in the first place is for the dictionary section. And I need like more knowledge in vocabularies. That's what I'm lacking. So if I go through the initial blocks of words that I don't know, the first 1,000 word dictionary is going to be free and included in the app. And this is spaced repetition on a very small amount of words. So you have like 25 words to master. And then when you have mastered these 25 words, you open the 26 to 50 and the 50 to 75 and so on and so forth until you reach the 1,000. So that's a lot of content. But it is a bit of a space repetition thing, I guess. Maybe. Potentially. I don't know. It could be. But it works the same way. Like it's exactly the same thing. You have your question with your options underneath, and if you know what this is, you tap on it, you're good. If you don't know how to read this thing, you can tap on the card to have the reading. And this section at the bottom is supposed to show you something else, and right now it doesn't. It does. It's taking longer than expected. Cool. So if the character is not or is only in kanjis and you don't know exactly how to read it, the furigana is going to show up afterward. So that is a good thing, I think. Then you have this thing, which is the most complex thing that I put in place. It took me a good 3 weeks to put in place, but I feel like it's pretty simple overall if you know your conjugations, but it also helps in terms of mental models, at least for me. The overall thing, everything that we have here is in the exact same order. So you will always have the dictionary form that is in the middle, and then everything that is above is in the exact same order. Everything that is under is in the exact same order. So after a while, if you don't know, if you're someone that has pattern recognition brain, you have the ability to say, oh yeah, that thing is 6 down, for example. And maybe it's 6 down because you know that 6 down is this specific thing. And that way you can check and see, oh, that's how it's said in whatever form. So I like that as a concept, but yeah, it's a bit more complicated than other platforms. Also, the conjugation is not on the platform so far. I think the only one that has some sort of conjugation thing is Bumpo, which has almost. I mean, it does right now in the lessons that I'm at, which is not good, or not really started, but it's really simple, and you have all of your lessons, all of that. This is thing that I could put in place as well, but I feel like it wouldn't work for me. I don't know how to explain that. It just feels out of place. Yeah, but yeah, that's a grammar related app which I could put in place. Again, I don't feel like it's a good thing for me. And again, the app is mostly for my brain and for me to learn more words. So yeah, so it is. That's a long ass derail for that question. It is a bit of a space repetition system in a way, but not entirely. One of the things that I want to put in place though is, and that's going to be a bit complicated, is in the next quizzes, as in right now I'm on the dictionary 1000 word 51 to 75. That's my current progress. I would love to have in that quiz the ability to see or have questions that are related to the previous chunks of the dictionary, so that here, for example, if I am on the 51 to 75, in the questions, maybe two of them or one of them would be related to the 1 to 25 or 26 to 50, so that it is some sort of a space repetition thing. But yeah, maybe that, or, and it's a bit of a more complex thing for me to do, or have a bit of a quiz that contains all of the unlocked chunks. So if you have unlocked like 1, 2, and 3, and you have a button that just plays a quiz based on this 1, 2, and 3, and instead of just one chunk, that's an option. The weak words are not. How can I say that? The weak words are not counted. Let me just show you, because that's going to be easier. If I reset my progress in Canna, because that's usually what I do, here I have no progress, right? Anything, I have seen nothing. And so if I go into a quiz and I say this, which is a mistake, followed by this, which is good, followed by this, which is a mistake, and this, which is a mistake as well, and now I have no lives, whatever. I have missed a ton of options, but I have a bit of a feedback view that tells me, well, you made mistakes here. These are the characters that you made a mistake here. It should have been that section that you have selected. But what happens is, in the character progress view that I have, the only one that is Ro. Ro is the only one that I have seen once and have succeeded at. So if I'm doing the quizzes and I'm making mistakes, the progress isn't increased. Therefore, as long as I'm making a mistake, there is no increment. So it, like, as long as the word is weak or the character is weak, it's not incremented. Therefore, it's not mastered. Therefore, in dictionaries, you can't really progress and pass to the next dictionary until that word has been mastered. So it kind of works. Kind of. But I get it. I get it. I do like that system overall, to just have that really quickly and get the content as seen faster, that you know where you're good or not. The only thing that I have done right now, which I'm debating removing, is this. When I tap on a character in the grid, it counts as seen once, at least. And if I make a mistake and I tap on something without really paying attention and just close the thing, it still counts as seen. So I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if I should remove it. I feel like if you don't have a visual feedback when you tap on a character, it's gonna be weird. That's the designer in me, so I don't know. I'm debating. Also, the current state of progress is 6. So if I tap on something 6 times, like here, like it's as if I've seen May multiple times. Now it's shiny, it's fun, all of that. It's about to be mastered, and now it is mastered because I have tapped on it, but I have not seen anything. So I think it might be a better thing to remove it. I agree. But I still want the visuals. Maybe what I can do is that if you tap on it it increased to its first entry. That way it has the visual impact, and it goes from 0 scene to 1, but then on tap it doesn't change, and on scene and success or correct answer in quizzes it increases. But yeah, it's like if first tap, then increase. Otherwise, no, but still open the thing. Maybe. I'm gonna test that out. But yeah, that's the current thing. Yeah, I think only if it's the first tap, because it takes 6 quizzes, 7 quizzes in total to get to the mastered state and count as mastered. So that's the thing. The other thing that I'm kind of debating as well is that for some people, you are not interested in learning hiragana and katakana because you know them already, and you might be interested in learning just the radicals and the kanjis in the beginning and then moving on to the dictionaries. But if you have that, then it I like you will always be in the empty states here. They will always have that view kind of empty. Maybe they will tap on some of them, but not much. Maybe not do quizzes. So I'm debating having the option to like long press and mark as read, because in the profile you have a progress specific to the kana section, and if that's not the case, then that's gonna be kind of weird. It's gonna be empty, and that's 0 or 1% most of the time. I don't know how I feel about that. Debating, still debating, still debating. Shit happens. Need to figure things out. But yeah, I need to know all of that. I hope before the end of the week. Maybe. I appreciate all of the feedbacks that I've received on threads. That has been amazing though, to just progress much faster. And also the crashes when it happens. That's good for me. I can just quickly fix things. I appreciate that. And we've done 5 of them so far. That's good. That is a good fixed day. In one day, 5 bugs or improvement. Appreciate it. I appreciate it. But yeah, other than that, again, the initial take of this app is me needing to learn vocabulary, so I'm just like interested in this section. And the thing that started it was I wanted to learn about the radicals of kanjis because it makes a lot of sense to me to understand how the foundations of things are. And yeah, that was nice. I'm looking at this one. The reading is so long. Tsutsumigamae. Tsutsumigamae is taking so much space in the box itself. I don't know if that's good. I feel like this should probably be fixed somewhere in a way. The thing is, this is in the radical view, and we will have the character for the grid, but that yes. So they are not difficult. The one that are marked with a star in specifically the hiragana section, the stars means that they are used as particles. So the ni particle is something that exists in the Japanese language, and you have a bit of a description. It it's not saying that it's difficult; it's saying that it's important. So that's for hiragana section. And in the radical section, right here, the one that have a star next to them is the same thing. They are important radicals that are used a ton. So when you open the that radical page, you will see that in the kanjis that are using it, sometimes it's obvious that they are using it, as in here, it is really simple, it's the same, but here, it's a bit weird. Jonathan, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's your day going? So that's the reason. You can't really mark them as difficult, and the difficulty of a character, it is so personal. Like maybe I will think that the character is really simple and you wouldn't. So yeah, I understand that you would like to add that as marked as your own, but yeah, on this app, I don't think I will allow user to define difficult or bookmarks or things like this. That would be kind of too complex for me for now. Though, if you want to do that, you have the other app called Tomokanji, which is from another streamer, designer that is a friend of ours, that is doing the same thing. we're building the same app at the same time, which is really fun. Josh, hi, welcome on in. I know. I mean, I did get freelance gigs in the past, yes, but now, no. So Jonathan, it's things have been good. Things have been good in the good news. Sunday, we had the app built with 20 people testing it. And today is not Sunday anymore, obviously, as the calendar implied. And this App Store Connect just doesn't make any sense. So, right, that Sunday, okay, that's yesterday. So that's good. That is a good thing. And I just released like an update on that because some people have sent screenshots of bugs and other improvements potentials. So I highly appreciated that. And now we can move on. Threads have been good. I'm gonna say that. Threads has been great in terms of reach and all that. So I highly appreciate it. If you're looking for some gigs, Josh, I guess Contra is going to be a pretty good option as of now. I mean, this is me, but yeah, Contra is pretty good for freelancers. It's better capped than Fiverr or other platforms, if you're interested in that. The thing that I don't like about it is that you really need to basically create a portfolio for yourself on Contra and only have, or not only, but like have a ton of shiny new projects all the time to showcase that you are working and you're doing work and it's good to hire you. So, but I do like them though. I like the design overall. I like the interface most of the time. It's a bit better than Fiverr. Fiverr is still good. But if you are looking for jobs as a freelancer, that might be the easiest way. or one of the good ways. I am gonna say that though, even though it is for any types of freelancing, and you can be a dev, you can be a designer, you can be a marketing person, a salesperson on Contra. That's an option. It is extremely designed. So the type of people that would come in to get work or look for to hire someone from that platform are expecting a level of design overall for most of the things that is higher than if you're on Fiverr or on freelance. What's the word? The one with the bird. The origami hummingbirds platform, the blue one. Anyways, the other ones. So it might be, but it exists. Like there is a ton of options in there for devs, design, copywriters, salespeople, branding. It is an option. So I could highly recommend that. I think, let me check though. It might. I may have like a bit of a referral program type of thing in there. Yeah, I do. I do. So I may be able to have a link somewhere in Discord later to be able to refer someone and have like a bit of a something for you that you pay less if you want to pay for the Contra Pro, which it's fine. It's okay. But yeah, Contra's good. I like Contra. I like Contra overall. I need to check if it's only for clients or if it can also be for other freelancers. Because maybe it is. Maybe it is. Anyways. So yeah, other than that, I think Contra is going to be the easiest platform. Fiverr is pretty good if you're really looking for something quickly. Fiverr has... It's cyclic again. Every 2 months, I'm seeing a YouTuber that I'm following, a tech YouTuber that has a Fiverr sponsorship. So they have a ton of influx every time that happens. So if you know that there is like a YouTuber that is about to do like a Fiverr sponsorship, maybe just polish your profile there. That could be a thing. Designers in general have the same thing. They do have sponsorship with Contra. So there's that out. The easiest freelancing jobs that you could have, and I know that sounds bad and not financially responsible, but it's gonna be the bakery downstairs. It's gonna be the shop that you go or pass every morning when you go to the park or do some grocery shoppings. These little places that needs a website or some design work or some dev work that they don't really know that they do need that. You having the ability to come in and say, I'm whatever you're doing. So I'm guessing for you, you're mostly gonna provide dev work and design work. But I'm a dev, I'm doing this. I can put in place some online booking, online orders for you in a system that is different. I just put it in place and then you can run it, and that costs X amount. That's a thing that you can have, and it's gonna be easy to get. overall. If you have the skills, there is a ton of people that are doing automations. Like, for example, my hairdresser got an automation happens for them at some point because someone came in the shop and said, I'm building this thing. It's a system that lets the customers book online based on your plannings. You have the plannings on paper on your side and on the tablets, and based on that, someone can book an appointment with you. And since that guy came in, they are only using that, so that's a pretty good thing. And it's just a guy that came in, so that's a good thing. So I would say that would be the easiest way to get some freelancing work. But you need to be comfortable with doing that. And also you need to be good enough to do that. Which I know sounds weird, but yeah. So yeah, other than that, the fact that my threads and Twitter have blown up for my regular numbers of 2 likes, having like 400 likes on threads is a bit big. That yeah, not much happened. There isn't much in the like stuff that I usually have on Twitter. There is this rumor that this is the new CEO of Apple, John, gonna be replacing Tim Cook later. Probably. We don't know. This is speculation. Apple has revealed or announced the new Mac, which is pretty cool. And then I think that's about it. Like, there is no news, no much news. I'm getting a pressed Russian guy in the reply of one of my tweets, which is really fun for me. Really having fun with what he's saying. But yeah, overall, what is that? This one, so basically, Dia said like the charging port of the mouse is not an issue, which is the case. It's not an issue. And my usual take on that is that anyone that is saying that it is an issue is someone that hasn't used the mouse ever. And I have this guy right there that is just, I'm going to kink shame, but he just want to piss on my mouse for no reason. And it's like assuming so much shit, as in Apple Find will excuse anything, and I'm like, yeah, I'm using my Android phone, I'm not using the mouse in question, I have my Mac because I need to work on my Mac, but I have my PC on the other side, and I'm like, I'm using everything, but you just assumed that I was a fanboy of Apple because my take is against yours. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So it's really fun for me. I was tempted to reply, but I didn't because it would have been not great. And people are like, there is no reason to defend terrible design, and it's like, I agree. It is not the best design, but it's not like as bad as it seems, and because of how it works. And then I'm like, I don't know. It's one of the best mouse that exists for travelings. Like, it is great. It's a great mouse. You have everything you need. It has the Alan, hi, welcome on. It has the battery life of basically a month and a half, 2 months that you need to charge like once really quickly, and people are just pressed about it. It's really fun. Not really. I mean, if you have a wired mouse, like a regular wired mouse, there is no issue. If you have a non-wired mouse, you have no issues either. The only thing that you need is a mouse that plugs in on the computer, and there is no, I mean, for me, there is no barrier of usage. You can use whatever the fuck you want as long as you have the mouse. So, I don't know. Like when I had this one, and obviously that's Logitech, so therefore they have more cash than regular companies, I guess. But overall, there is no issues. It works the same way. It doesn't have the smooth scrolling that I have with the trackpad, but which I have also with the Magic Mouse. But I don't know. Right now, I'm really tempted to buy the new one just to have it with USB-C instead of having this one that is still in Lightning. If I do that, if I replace this one that I use from time to time and this that I use often, like every day, to both have them with USB-C, I can have just one USB-C cable on my desk and be good with it. So I might do that at some point. But what do you mean about like buy and use other mouses? Because I really don't think there is a buy of any kind. At least for me. And that person also, that, I like that. I really like their profile picture as I reply to them. Like it is really cute. It's a really cute profile picture. I mean, so far, in how old am I? 30. In 30 years of using a Mac, I have never had an issue with a mouse. I mean, yeah, maybe. How's the skin? Is the skin black as well, or did you manage to do a good job? Which I guess you did, but we never know. We never know. But yeah, I like I like the effect that they have. The purple is pretty cool. The highlight on the eyes and the bumpiness of it, and then the overall liner around it. I don't know. You do bleach usually, and you don't black. You know, that's different. It's a different color. Anywho, as I said, no real things happened in there. And oh yeah, people also annoyed about this, which is fun for me. Like they basically put the power button at the back. It's exactly here, and people are complaining about that. And I don't know. Again, I really have. I'm not saying that it's like a Mac thing. It is, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's your computer is usually gonna stay on, and you awake it with your keyboard or mouse, and that's it. That's good. Cat, that is good. So yeah, I don't mind it at all. I'm thinking about it. Uh, I'm thinking about it because it is basically this, right? That's it. That's what we have. That's the Mac Mini. Um, the thing is, this one is Windows powered, but it's the exact same kind of design. Overall, it has the same font type of thing, kind of roughly. I can't really zoom in too much. Um, it has more USB and HDMI ports than the Mac Mini. It's worse, but it's the same size. I think. I think it's the same size. It is. Oh no, it's smaller than the Mac Mini. The Mac Mini is 5 inches, which is right there. So it's big. Oh, it's bigger than I thought. That's what she said. That's the other thing. This is going here. Anyways, that happens. I like that. Rive has been announcing shit that I'm absolutely loving. Again, they just want me to test them out. That's what they're doing. They are announcing auto layouts, and they have really, really good auto layouting placements. And their UI for auto layouts seems to be pretty natural as well. So that is highly impressive, and I really like what they've done. So all of that is kind of new in Rive. We may have to do a Rive stream at some point. Also, I'm just figuring out that I'm not showcasing what I'm talking about. Again. But yes, that in Rive is impressive. It is impressive. And it uses the state control, the state machine thingy that I don't like, but also it uses all of the other things that are pretty cool and pretty useful. So, that it's kind of crazy. And I'm tempted. I am tempted. We'll see. Maybe at some point I will use Rive for the entire app. Who knows? If it works, it works. But that whole thing, that whole video is pretty impressive updates. And I think we're good. But yeah, these have been popping up. I thought about Stony, obviously, for the purple. I know he will never buy a Mac, but these are really cool. These are really cool. In terms of colors. And someone tried the app and tried the widgets, and also is using Sakei's or PG plugins, or not plugins, but like app Tomokanji as well. So when we see both of our things together, there is a huge difference in terms of everything is the exact same. We have the same colors, we have the same text sizes almost, and the only thing that PG has is this button of refresh or swap the content, which I don't have and I kind of don't want to have, but I don't know. I don't know yet. Anyways, that doesn't change anything in the fact that these are really similar, and the question that they had was, can I make this character a bit bigger, because when we have something that is like this, it doesn't look like much. But the reason why I'm saying kind of no is because sometimes we have words that takes the whole page, as in that word right there. There's a lot. There's a lot. So with that in mind, having that in here would probably end up around there with that thing. Stony, hi, good morning. How is you? How is everything? So that's pretty cool as a comparison review type of thing. But also that ego boost. A good ego boost on my side from tag that was on YouTube earlier. So that's, yeah. What do you mean best not to ask? What do you mean? What do you mean? So yeah, so that's good feedback from me from the people that have seen that. So I'm really happy with it. And yeah, I'm tempted. I'm not gonna lie, I am tempted. This is lacking one port. I need one more port. I need one more USB-C. Just one. That's all I need. Which is sad because if I have this and I'm obligated to use my dock, which is the same thing as having the MacBook Pro. So yeah. Also, Stony, I'm thinking about it now that I'm looking at that. I know that you wanted to potentially work on macOS platform. That new Mac Mini that just dropped in is really cheap. And it's really new, implying that the older one are going to be even cheaper on second hands and all of that. So if you at some point want to buy something for development only, not now, but like in the soon future, that might happen. Marmalade, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? But yeah, that happened. What else have we seen? That person, I am in love with everything that they have showcased in that video. This entire thing is made with shaders on iOS, like basic iOS shaders or basics metal shaders. I need to understand. I need to learn how to do that. So I think I am in need of a chat with Finite, because Finite has been doing some shader things for a while, and I'm almost sure that he would understand-ish how it's working on iOS as well, but I need to learn. I want to have so many bubbles of explosions of things in the app. I'm crazy. If, like, let's say you're here, not that, bitch, get the fuck out. Let's say you're here and you master something and it just explode with the chromatic aberration on the sides. It's so good. One website with UI and I'm happy. Good job. Only one page and not much. vnick.tech. We can take a look at that if you want. I'm pretty happy. Today has been a very stressful and an overall good day. As I said in the beginning of the stream, on Sunday, also we are currently sad, apparently, down there, sad. I'm gonna keep the sad on. The app that I'm building, that I was showcasing a second ago, had 22 users on Sunday. We have 600 today, or 600 sessions, 400 users, which is crazy to me in 2 days, and it's still in beta. So that's crazy. That is crazy. It is indeed extremely simple. Yes. It doesn't have a light mode, dark mode switch, I see. I mean, it's the beginning. Let me, bitch, not that. Let me expand it so that I can see the whole full power thing and bond that. I like the Aurora background. I feel like this kind of shape gradient in the background is really nice. I really like that. I like the gradient that you have on the purple and the gradient that you have on the green. They are two different kind of not straight horizontal thing. That is a nice hit of changing of colors. I like that a lot. I kind of like the font that you have. It's a bit rounded. Yeah, it's a bit rounded. So that's pretty cool. And then these are cute. Huh. The in is a tad fast, which I get, right? You want your in, but your out seems a bit slower. It's the same. It's really similar. But yeah, I mean, it makes sense. But you have so many glows element. I like that. It is 50 longer. I see. I have good eyes, apparently. Um, don't forget to make that section clickable. It's not. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. It's, as you said, it is simple. The only thing that I would change, I wouldn't change much, but the only thing that I would change is this. That line is sadly underneath. And if you could not, that would be good. Because that kind of breaks the layout overall. You can see that these are now like 4 lines, 4 lines, 5 lines. Why? I don't know. And then here it's the same thing. I have a bit of a hard time with this. It seems that was close. There you go. That was close. Also, hi. How are you? I feel like I would just have 2 lines maximum. Like 3 seems like a lot. But maybe you need that. I don't know. But the importance of it and the content that it has in terms of visual weights based on the weight, the tightness of the text, and the amount of letters that are in there, it takes similar, not identical, but similar visual weight to the bottom titles. Just one of the lines, not both of them, but like that amount of text seems equal visually to that amount of text in weight. So you want to reduce, kinda, to not be equal. So I would say 2 lines ish, maybe. And then same thing here, ensuring that all of the 3 blocks have the exact same amount of lines would be amazing. Again, this is not a character-based thing, and it cannot be a character-based thing because, and I'm showcasing this every time, but this is 6 W's, and this is 6 L's. So, yeah, you have a bit of a, it never happens, right? But if you count characters, you will never have the right size unless you're using a monospace font. And if you are using a monospace, then you know, you should be fine. Like both of your fonts should be the same weight, same sizes, all of that. But you will end up with weird ass words. Gonna say that. I am gonna say that. Would not recommend monospace. But yeah. 2 lines. Where? Huh. Is it there? But blinking? It's interesting. I don't know why it is, but it is there blinking. Yeah, the music is kind of crazy today. I agree with that. I agree with that. You're welcome. That's why I'm here. I like the highlight. I think you could potentially, maybe to an extent. Um, what is the fucking thing again? I forget all the time. I really want to talk about this though. Um, what Ming has done on this might be interesting to have in terms of color if you can. I don't know if it's easy to do. I don't know if it's going to take a lot, but with the um, I see. But yeah, with the effect that you have, it could be really cool to have like a bit of a color based highlight based on where your cursor is. What are you using, by the way, for the website? I don't think you said that earlier. You're using that one, I see. It's it's a layer. It's basically a circle layer that is tracking the mouse, and that layer is just blurred. That's it. So on mouse enter, the blob that is in the center, for example, is going to highlight and then go in, be tracked with the mouse with a bit of a delay. But yeah, it should be fine nonetheless. But I like that. I really like that gradient in both of them. I really like the one on the green more than the one on the pink, purple, because it has like this kind of reddish in the middle that is weird. And this one is, I mean, that first color that you have in green is basically my color, so I really like that. But yeah, I like that. I mean, it's not my color, but I like that bright ass green. that is what I like. So it's kind of similar. It's in the same realm of kind of too bright. I like it. I like it. That's what I'm saying. I like it. Let me see. Did you date? It's cool. I don't, you know what? I don't know if, or how that has been done. It is Tailwind, or it seems to be. Kinda. So, yeah, feasible. If you want to take a look at it if you haven't just yet, as a reference. That way you can just drop that in cursor and say, I want to recreate this thing. Can you help? Anyways, Alexei has been building this old app as well. I kind of love the design of it. I would have no use for it at all, but the design is really cool. The the icons, I feel like Stony would like these icons. They are a bit like heavy but still friendly. Just for the heaviness, I think Stony would rather have that in square with no corner radius. But yeah, I like that. The thing that I don't like about it is this one, the central one, because it is too thin compared to the other lines. Like this is a line of 2.5, and this one is a 1.5 something, so it feels out of place. I understand why it is out of place, because that dot needs to be the same width, but it is, to me, a tad too small and too light overall. Yeah, it should be fine. It should be fine. What else did I say on these? Tommy's doing a design course, which I could recommend as well, because Tommy's good. So that is a thing. If you're interested in design and learning by other designers, this course is pretty cool. Overall, I don't know how much it cost. All I know is that the website is good. Yeah, they say it's $100 off until Thursday, and it's Wednesday until tomorrow. And then there is, or there was, I mean, that person is also crazy, but I love this. I want that. I want that. I love that. I see. Do you need something, Stony? Like, can I help in any way? Or are you just exhausted, which is an option as well? But yeah, I want that so much. And Cat, that's a free Botox. Free lip injection. Lip injection. You good? Me? No, I see. Well, I hope things pass and that it's okay. I don't know. It's muscle time! God damn it. I could have done 4. I didn't. Yeah, but I mean, sometimes just talking about things helps. That's what I'm saying. So I'm not saying can I help as in design terms. You know, other things. Sometimes it helps. What is how does internet protocols works, Marveladen? Because that's out of my realms of knowledge. I see. Well. I see. Well, that's not really. That did I don't know. I don't know. Um, Again, I've talked about that many times, as in this shadow is amazing. That app icon was amazing. The use case of this app was kind of shit. Multi was an app that lets you have multiple cursors on Mac. So if you have someone else with Mac and will multi, you had the ability to just basically use someone else's computer, like Figma, but with multi. It was pretty cool overall, but I did, and in the end, not really good. Anywho, I think I also saw that, and I love that app icon. The thing that I'm seeing, sadly, without fail, designer creating an app icon right now, we are putting grain in the background. We're putting some noise in the background. We're adding some things that is shiny, and we are adding the shadow at the bottom. And it is kind of crazy for me to think that yeah, I have some noise in the background. I have some texture in the background. It's the same thing. And CK has done the exact same thing as well, which is I think it's bad. I think I need to change the app icon again. Also, I'm just reminded of this. Someone complained, because people complain around here, about the fact that the tab bar that I have is taking too much space. So I just took a screenshot of the native Apple tab bar, and it is technically 12 pixel higher. Yes. Yes, it is. That's it. Yeah, that's it. It has exactly from here, this point, to this point, right there, 12 pixels. And in terms of technicalities, because, you know, I'm annoying, I could, bitch, I could just say, you know what, we will have something that is equal, and move that down by exactly 6 pixels, which would put that lower-ish. You're not annoying, don't worry about it. So yeah, maybe that's a bitch. Maybe that's a thing. that I need to do. Just put things down a tad, like 4 pixels or something. Um, I don't know. I have been in the targets of some specific people's today because like the initial post that I have made has reached almost 30,000 people. And so in there is obviously people that are going to complain. And yeah, like no, no, it's not. It's not. So yeah, I don't know. But I've been trying to keep up with the people in there. Details, 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 details. Um, I mean, it's not even loaded, so yeah. That's broken. Yeah, that's. Oh, oh. Bitch, get the fuck out. I like it. I like it. You've missed the earlier thing, Stony, which is good, but someone was a piss kink trying to get me in their activities. Um, with no understanding that, yeah. I don't know. Eh, I like the glow in the background, to be honest. I like that. It's pretty neat. And did you? Oh, 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 ah. If I'm zoomed in, I can see it. If I'm zoomed out, I can't. Oh, that's weird. So that might be an arc thing. Um, that might be an arc specific thing. Therefore, let's see. No, I'm not gonna set Chrome as default. Oh. Oh. Nope, same thing. Zooming in, I can see the things. Okay, so it might be a Mac thing then. I was about to say, let me see if I can have that the same thing on here, maybe. What do you mean, like always? What do you mean? What do you mean? Who? Oh, that's who. I see. Ah, ah. It works on Safari pretty good. Did you do some? Yeah, Safari works. It has a delay in the appearing of the orbs, which is okay. But it's yeah, it's weird that Chrome doesn't. I kind of saw it like 3D transform. Your font not loading was not really a Chrome or an Arc thing. It was mostly Mac thing, as in the cached stuff on the Mac was replacing the system fonts. Yeah. Just Mac issue, not just Arc or Chrome or whatever. I don't know if it's an always, but you know, you know, maybe. The 3D transform doesn't really work on that. It seemed to work here. Like that's the... Visually, it does transform, 3D transform it a very, very tiny tad. What the fuck? So I'm getting notifications from threads all day, every day. It's annoying, but also it's there. I'm not complaining. Yeah, it moves a tad, just a tad. It does. When I'm zoomed in, I like it. When I'm not zoomed in, I like it as well. So you're fine. You're fine. If I zoom in with zoom, does it... Oh, if I zoom in with zoom, it does the same thing. That's interesting. Impressive. I wouldn't expect that to do this, but yeah. Yeah. I like it. I kept... Not that. I kept something. Again, from way earlier in the weekend for me, which means yesterday. Finite has been working on something. I think Finite has ended stream so far, but he's been let's go there because that was good. Finite has been working on this thing earlier today, I think, and it's a filter on stream which lets him have glowy eyes tracking, plus getting on fire, voice changer, and all of that in OBS directly. And that was impressive in terms of creativity and creations in there. That's pretty cool. Was pretty cool. So probably finish that today. Yeah. I mean, I disagree. You know my point. We had the discussion multiple times, so I disagree. I think having Arc as a browser is a really good thing because it shows you that some people don't have the right the window in full screen. Basically, that's all it is. A lot of people have their browsers in not full screen, therefore it's not like a 1080. Which, again, the Mac is not a 1080 either, so yeah. Details. So we stopped there, and then I looked at that was from Monday, and this is the website from Tommy that I tried to access earlier. This is for his course that I shared earlier as well, and it's a very clean website. It has this transition in the middle that I really don't understand why it's there, but it is there and it works. But they have, I wish there was a link that I could access, because that is pretty good. It has this newer realm of design, as I was saying. Most of the things have borders that are not straight, that have transitions that are not fully aligned to the grid. They have effects that just works on hover or on scrolls, and this organic tilt is kind of new. Denny, hi, welcome on in. I'm pretty good. I am pretty good. Pretty happy with metrics. Oh, that's a breaking thing. See that? You see that? What I said. I don't know if this was on purpose. I don't think this was on purpose. I think this was a mistake. But yeah, they have all of that. Currently, it's $300, and it might be good. I know Tommy is good, and I like most of his content, so I like that. But also, you know, yes, I can. 100% I can. There's something about it I kind of like it, but not that. I mean, kind of like. Kinda. Yeah. Oh, much better. And the transition between things are way better. I used to have I mean, I said that multiple times. I used to have a MacBook Pro from 2012 that was running Linux. It might be a bit strong. It's, yeah. It's kind of strong. I may say... roughly half opacity compared to this. Could be interesting. The thing I was thinking as I was trying to pinpoint the exact corner. The thing that is really good, or that I like to have on these type of interactions, is to not really have a one-to-one fixed. I know that makes no sense if you don't know what I'm talking about. So the orb itself not being exactly touching the cursor, but kind of being following it with a bit of a delay. I know we have. Oh, I think it's there. I think it's there. It's probably in portfolio. It's probably on page 2. It is a black and red portfolio. We've looked at it many times. I think the guy has a K or an H in its name. It might be Kurt, but I don't think so. I know I shared it with Salma as well when we were working on her website, because it has some sort of an interesting thing. We used it as well as a reference for Ollie's website when we were doing the exposed grid thing, also with GK. So I know we've looked at it a lot. Andrew, hi, welcome on in, welcome back. How have you been? How's your day going? It's been a while. Can I find the thing? I hope that they haven't updated their website. I'm pretty good. I'm procrastinating. I should be doing something right there. There is a K. There is a K. I see. Yeah, that's what I thought, Stony. I'm sorry about that. I hope that's okay. I mean, it's not, but yeah. Um, oh, man. Sorry, they updated the website. I'm so sad. It was so good. Yeah. Stoney, is there a thing that can happen to yeah, I see. But would there be a I mean, that would be complicated, and I don't think you would want that. But like an institution, something that would be like possible. Oh shit! See that flexible. Yeah, I love that. Sorry. Um. Yeah, easy. Is it fine? Like, is that a thing that is fine with you? Is that a thing that is fine with the people around you as well? You can't really see that, but yeah, it's following my cursor, but not entirely on point. You can probably see that here. It has a bit of a delay, right? That's what I like. No, I mean, he doesn't, but are you the only person that is making the decision at this point? Probably yes. I don't know enough of that background. Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, right now it bounced too much, but yeah. I see. Fuck me. Yeah, that's sad. Hmm. Yeah, that isn't the best thing. Yeah. I mean, I had thoughts that something was happening on that level to kind of stop you to be able to do anything, but yeah. It's sad. It's still dead. God damn it. Is it? It's not. Cool. I hope. 2023? Maybe. Maybe. Check that. Also, Andrew, you said, been working on design today, making a podcast app for macOS and iOS. That's pretty cool. It's pretty good. If you have a link for that and you want to share that, Andrew, I would love to take a look at it. if it's available somewhere, as always. As always. Yes, that's the thing. You see the kind of, it's following me but not entirely following me, like not immediately. It is. That is really cool. The other thing that I love about this is that if I stop moving, it just goes away. It's tiny now, and it doesn't bother me. So if I'm just scrolling and the mouse is not moving, it's not bothering. It just have a bit of an animation, and then when I start moving again, it's just glowing, and I kind of love that. But if I stop, tiny again. Just great design overall. They also have this magnificent noise in the background. I love noise. But yeah, references that might help. This is a Wayback Machine thing, so it might be broken, but you know, it works. Not available online yet. I see. Started the product today. Okay, okay. Yes. I mean, I would love to give you feedback. Yeah. Of course. Of course. That's why I'm here. Of course. Have a good luck, Gothic. Then you sent me that white ass blinding thing. What did you say, by the way? Because I don't have that. Could you check the behavior of the navbar on that side? The behavior of the navbar. This thing? Oh. Ah, that's an interesting move. It's fun. I don't know. It's fun. That's what I'm gonna say. It's a very fun transition. It's not necessary. It feels weird to me to go from a very narrow layout to a very wide thing. Like my first thought of what I'm seeing here, like right now, that specific design with, and also, I doubt it, with the borders on the side, like these things that you can't really see on stream. It felt as if the website was broken and not rendering entirely as we expected to. Like, mainly because of the carousel at the bottom that give me the entirety of the width of the website. I'm kind of expecting the entire website to be that single small column. And then that happens. And I'm like, okay, that happens. Why? I don't know. But then I continue moving, and then the content is still on that single central columns. But then here, any images that I'm having is also off-centered or off columns. So it is weird. There is something weird about the perspective that they're using, the spaces of things. I could say get that thing wider when you have something wider. Like this is wider, therefore we have the entire thing. But then here we have a smaller version. Maybe the navbar could retract, but that would be too much animation. So it's interesting, but it's not great to me. And also it would, like, it needs to retract itself here, for example. When you arrive to the end, I have a feeling that it would be better if it was retracted. But now that I'm thinking about it, I think this style of glass effect in the central columns, just floating based on the amount of content that is in there would be much better for the entire website. As in, right now, I doubt that I have or would have the ability to do that in any way, because that's not an option. But this thing, does it have? I mean, it's there, and it is. And that's the console. I don't really care about the console here. It's supposed to have the animation. The thing is, I don't know exactly where the animation is. Yeah, I mean the content here for me would be the same size as this. Like it would be the same sidebar, the same bar itself. It would just have the glass effect that it doesn't have here. Like here it doesn't have it, here it does. It's so much nothing that I'm like, yeah, I don't know if it's necessary to have all of that changes. And then that I wish it's an interesting thing. But it is it's definitely like a scroll based thing. Like an anchor, you pass the anchor and then you get there. But yeah, I it's kind of crazy to change all of that at once. But yeah, I would have it like smaller and what the width's here, 100% of that container. I see. Can I make the width of this 20%? 20%. I see. Maybe not 20%. Maybe 50%. Yeah, 50% seems okay. Like the changes that we have in between here and here is basically the same thing. Like the only thing that you have is the Figma button that comes in. So it's nothing as a change. And I would just, I mean, I don't understand why you don't have the Figma button in the beginning. I mean, I'm saying you, but I don't know if you build that. It's yeah. I don't know. I like that though. The sticker, not the. I like that sticker. Yeah. I think a floating nav bar would be better. 100% for me, at least. It feels like a better thing. You said a lot of stuff that I didn't read though. 1 second. You said that, yes. I think the start of blur should be at the beginning, and you should just be blurring everywhere, and that should be okay. Yeah. Is it necessary? I mean, that preview in Figma is going to be useful, right? For sure. But if it's there all the time, then I kind of want this to be working and present. Because if I'm here and I'm like, yeah, I know that there is a preview in Figma here, and that's the reason why it's not duplicated. But when you look at whatever website, usually you would have like a button that says log in here and start now there, which is basically what you have for planned. Kinda. The button here is kind of the same as the button there. But you know. So I don't mind it. I don't mind it. I would really have it floating all the time. Um and get sort feels weird. The thing is, because Sort UI is the name of the UI kit that they have, it's just meaning that if you click on that, you're gonna be able to pay for the thing. So that's what it means. But yeah, it yeah it that yeah. I am so thrown off by the fact that this columns is so tiny, and it's yeah, it's still bad. It's still bad. It is a UI kit. So that's the first thing. It's a UI kit for Framer. The thing is, when I'm here, I don't know that. Like, I really don't have. Um, it's not necessarily for Framer. It's also for Figma. But design and launch project 10 times faster with 10 times faster with Sort UI. Cool. What is it? I don't know. So again, I I know exactly what I'm looking at. Like, there is no guessing. It is the ultimate UI kit and design system for Figma. That's it. That is what I'm getting. And then I can buy now, I can preview in Figma, I can, right? It's, I, I know what it is. Here, first of all, I'm thrown off by the columns. I said that 16 times already. But design and launch project 10 times faster with Sort UI. Okay. And regular user will probably look at that and don't read this either. And that tagline seems like Sort UI is a startup or an agency, and you can design and launch projects 10 times faster with us. Like, that's how I'm reading it. But then I'm scrolling and I'm seeing this ship your landing page in minutes with Sort UI. I'm like, yeah, cool. It's a good design agency. I can see that, and that's some of the things that they have worked on in the past. Cool. It has a CMS integration, so that I would be confused. And then I'm arriving here and I'm like, it's the ultimate Figma UI kit for faster, smarter design. I'm like, oh, so I've been looking at a UI kit page for since the beginning, and I haven't really noticed that. So there is a bit of a wording and positioning thing that don't work for me. And the design just doesn't work for me. Yeah, that makes no sense. Like, I understand having content that is bigger than your central columns because you want the content to stand out, right? You want this image to stand out compared to the columns in which the content is. I get that. It makes sense. But it works if everything is almost the same thing, almost the same sizes, as in this thing should be, it is the same size because it has the buttons on the side, but it visually doesn't take the same size. And then the other thing that pisses me off is this. The overall, like, line for this element is here, meaning that the cards, the vertical lines, the cards for the pricing are off by so much on both sides. and it's just out of place. Um, it it, it feels so weird. Like everything is so structured and unstructured at the same time. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. They're like nothing makes sense to me. I don't know. Like this is wider than this. This is inside. This is the only element that we have that is shorter than, or like, yeah, smaller, thinner than the column. This one is exactly underlined for no fucking reason. Just, nothing makes sense. Like it's just, yeah. I like that button though. That's a good button. But yeah, I don't know. We are really sad today. I see that. That's a lot of sad at the bottom. I like the sad. Let's add more sad. Let's keep the sad. You suggest something for me? Is it like a non-shareable on stream type of situation again? God damn. I guess. Oh, we just have sad now. It's kind of sad. But yeah, that landing is weird. I'm gonna not look at it. You do something. Yeah. Much better. Much better. Much like lighter, less invasive. It is lighter, at least for me right now. So I like that. There is a thing that I wanted to check. Is it true or is it just visual? It is just visual, kinda, yeah. I like it. I like it. The other thing that I was looking at, talking about earlier, this again, I have added that. I mean, I haven't added that. I have added something similar. Where the fuck you at? Here. So I have a very similar page, obviously, that has a bit, or it should have a bit of an animation on open, like on appear. Apparently, that don't work. Why does that not work? What did I remove? By mistake, probably. Yeah, what the fuck did I do? Yeah, you can. So Emil's course is going to be good again, 100%, because it is good, but it's it might be specific to a certain types of transition and animation that you need to have. This is visually, from everything that I've seen in that video and in other things that he's done, it's mostly iOS related content and Mac OS related content, which means that the type of animation, transition, and learning that you would have is kind of catered to these platforms and wouldn't be entirely working for everything. It is still everything I know about motion on the web, yes, but it might be limited in terms of knowledge. I would say the same thing that I said to Chris as well about animations. It's gonna be roughly learning how to animate anything will help more than if you had like a course like this. I'm rephrasing in my head 1 second. Processing words. What I'm saying is I haven't seen the course itself, so I don't know its content. But based on what I know and what I've read, you will have, in a way, the knowledge of animation and transitions on the web, which implies card pop-ups, transitions in between screens, animation on buttons, hover effects, all that. I don't know if in that course there is the foundational elements and understanding of why the animation feels better when that happens. So that's why I'm saying if you learned animation as in movie animation, anime animation, cartoon animation, that may be better overall to give you like a greater understanding of how and why that type of wiggles, that type of shake, that type of bounce, that squishes the elasticity of an element feels more natural than if you just put it because it looks good. And I have a feeling that it's that most of the thing that is going to be in the course is going to be it looks good, so I did it. I might be wrong. I hope I am. Again, I haven't seen the course, but I do feel like that's going to be kind of the case. Like here, for example, that animation that I was on a second ago from Duolingo. If we can we do that? If we make it go way smaller or way slower, do that. So, decomposing that animation. First, you arrive on the flame that is still the flame. It is just uncolored. Then it has a bit of a shake and it morphs into something that is way wider. Why? That is going to be the question. Why does it becomes wider? And then with that, it has this center that circle in. So basically what happened is that because the central flame has inertia and it spin ins to start lighting up, the flame is squished to the floor, and that's why it is smaller. That's why here it goes really small because it spins, and then you can see that it stay at a very similar height for a while, and then when the colors happen, it swish back to a very smaller one. And it jumps and it extend up by a little, and then when it drops, like that transition is also the same thing. On the instant that the flame touches the floor, the 2 is sliding down almost on the impact, like you see it happen or show up on impact, which means that the flame has triggered that transition in your human brain. And then it also has like a bit of a squishy, because inertia, again, the flame has some weight, so it squishes and it bounces on the side, and you have some embers, all that, whatever, and it just shake because it's a flame, right? All of that understanding of the physicality of the flame, this is not something that you will learn in any way, shape, or form in ML schools. That is almost certain, from what I've seen, that the only thing that you will learn from ML schools is going to be how to do that transition here, and how to do that transition from this scene to this scene with the things happening in, and then that here, the fact that Saturday is lighting up, why not? But it's just the same embers up. When's my animation course coming out? It's never. 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 Basically, animation is what I did in school. I went to school for motion design. So when I learned motion design, is all of these things that I just kind of explained in a second, of understanding the physicality of things, understanding how elements behave together, and why when you click on something it needs to like behave in a certain way. As in, if I were to say, I can do that. If I were to do this 101 by 40, right? That's a button. That's a button. Okay, it's a button. I'm gonna do 8. Okay. And then you have a point here, you have a point here, we're good with that. What did I say, bitch? Figma is having a lot of issues lately with points. I don't understand how you can't add points to elements and then it just disappears. Like, they don't stay in. If you don't move them a tad, they don't stay in. And that pisses me off so much, because it shouldn't. Like, that point should stay here where I put it, but no, it doesn't. Specifically, if I do that and then I go back in, we're good. Cool. Anyways, these additional points are for later. You're gonna understand in a second. So, 2 things. If I have this on press, or this on press, cool? This number 1 is gonna be that, and these 2 are gonna be probably 80 or something, or even greater than that. Or if I have the opposite, this is probably gonna be like 4. Right, so if my element, let's say this is a button, on press, I'm clicking in the center and it squishes top and bottom. The reason for that is it's kind of pressed down in a way that is jelly-like. So if you have a jello shot, you press on it, the sides expand. This one, you pressed on it, and the sides kind of bend up. And if I look at the cross section from both of them, it's kind of the opposite. as in the cross section from this one is like, if I turn the element on its side, is gonna be somehow this. Like from the top. And the bottom one, if I'm looking at it from the side, is gonna be the exact same thing, where just one of them is a piece of paper that cannot be distorted on its side, and the other one is a gel shot. So the effect that you add here on press is gonna be much better for game, whereas the bottom one is gonna be good for game, but that's more of a physical element. That kind of works. The thing that is important or interesting as well for me, again, is the shadows that are gonna happen on this. If I have my element for my shadow here, that shadow is gonna do this basically. And the it's gonna be a bit more blunt than that, but yeah, whatever. And the one from at the bottom is gonna be the same thing, but it's gonna be much closer to the element because that center point is way closer to the floor itself, because it's deforming as if there was like two pieces of pencil, lead, whatever, then just pressing down. And the transition, again, I love these. The thing that you can have here is gonna be that. So the center is gonna be lower here, whereas here it's not gonna be lol. Dang. So it's both of them are going down, but one of them is flexible, different materials, as you said. The other one is just bending. So, yeah, right now everything is basically what we did with Chris the first time, which is the first time that he was here, which is basically that you have an inner shadow that is at -8, extremely flat, -4, and then on press, you're pressing it, it's going down, and so it goes in its slot, and yeah. Please do. It's made for that. It's a free resource for that, so please use retromorphism for that. It is a keycap, yes. Currently there are keycaps. So that's the idea. And if you want to have the transition between these two things to make sense, basically the pressed version is a 2 at the top to have like a bit of an inset element. And what you kinda want to have in terms of realism is having the element just kind of sink in just a tad to give you that effect of, oh, it's pressed in. So that's one of the things. One of the things that people will also do is just do slightly this. On press, it's a bit darker because it's lower. But that is the current plasticky thing. So all of these elements, all of these things, like the transition, the understanding of why we modify and transform the materials in a way, all of that is going to come from learning motion design. So again, going back into Pinterest, because Pinterest is pretty good for that specifically, you will have motion design cheat sheets for animations and understanding of how things are made and how things should be. There is so much. Like this one, the central one, has jelly-like texture. The first one is a hard, like slingy, like a slinky, like a big ass. You know, I'm juggling balls right there. But yeah, you have so many teeny tiny things like this. You can see that the ball is squished at the bottom to convey the physicality of things. All of that is really interesting. Please do, please do. The kit. This one was supposed to be on Framer. I started and it took too long, so I didn't finish it. But it has 50% already done there. I just need to go in there. Anyways, that's gonna be the initial thing. I think motion design cheat sheets are gonna be some sort of a good base for you to understand how and why, and there is a ton of them that are explained in how we do or why we do these types of transition for these types of things for motion design in UI specifically. A lot of them are going to be for motion design in animations, as in that's not necessarily what you want to learn right now, because it's a bit too complex, and also it has too much particles and things. But this is good content anyways to feed your brains and understand how it works and why it works this way. So all of these things, all of these principles of animations are going to be extremely useful for you to learn. And I'm not saying that this is going to be better than the course, Emil's course, but yeah, it's a good start at least. It has a good thing. We just go there directly. Bitch! I haven't took a look at your buttons yet. I mean, the one that you have at the top, yes, I have. The one that you have right there, yes. This one. Rossonnery, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I don't think I have. To me, it doesn't feel right. And to me, this is less good than some of the things that I've seen a long time ago now. I think a week ago now. That's gonna be a lot. I should just, remember names. If it's ordered by when I followed someone, is it? It's not. I don't think it is. God damn it. I mean, it was at the same time as this. Maybe. I have a memory. Is it great? It depends. Some days, yes. It's probably followed by the same person. It's not, god damn it. I watched a video from them not so long ago, so I know where it is. in my history, but I don't know where it is in on Twitter. Anyways, the thing in question that I have is this that I kind of want to put in place. It's this specific type of toast. If you look closely, it is extremely similar to the one that you showed, but there is a teeny tiny bit of difference, and this is the kinetic transformation of the toast. If you look closely on that element, I should go slower in the video, but anyways, there is a bit of a bounce. The toast comes up and then goes further and goes back down to where it's supposed to be. So that is it has a teeny tiny amount of kinetic inertia when it moves. It's so tiny, but it is there. And so you can see that in the retraction, but also when the thing pops in, right? So that is the main thing that for me is much better than this. This is way too simple overall of a transition to have happen. And same thing for the drawer. The drawer could have like a bit of a bounce option. So again, this is just a personal thing with inertia and kinetic transformation, which I did at some point in here. In here, yes. If you look at the selector, not there. I think it's in the next or the next, I forgot. But it has that coming back to the selection points type of thing. That's the initial thing. The second thing that I did was this. It has like inertia, and it basically could fly in. You could fly the wind through, and then it will just lock in the right ending. It was too complex. It kind of broke the entire app, but nonetheless, that doesn't change anything. That inertia is making the bottom element, toolbar, toast, thingy, however you want to call it, more natural than anything else. So, yeah. Yeah. So all of these tiny sprinkles of animations are going to help you a lot when you're doing your transition in an app or in anything. Like, as far as I remember, you should have bounce on any of your transitions, unless the transition itself is supposed to be fading in and out of existence. But most of the transition that you would make on an app is going to have a teeny tiny amount of bounce for the setting in, coming back to place. That is so cute. Sorry. That's a cute thing. I like that. I like that. Let me put that in place in the app. But yeah, bounce everywhere, as much as you can. And the thing is, it might be a combination of multiple curves. So the regular animations that we have and the one that we have in Figma, for example, are all of these. And so the linear curves are good. The signs that we currently have, right, easy in and out, all that, very, very simple. What can happen is you can combine one of these with one of these, or one of these at the end. So technically you have your sign that ends up here, and then you have a bounce that is starting there and continuing the curve. That is an option. that is curve matching, and it's a bit more complex than as I'm saying it, but it is feasible. And it will render things kind of better. Like you can see that on these transition. I do like these rendering. It's really helpful for most people to understand how the springs work and why it feels natural, why it doesn't feel natural. But yeah. For logo design, my Vintech logo looks like shit. Jimmy, hi, welcome on. How are you? How's your day so far? Logo is Pinterest, Dribble. Usually, Dribble is going to be the best place. Currently, um, currently, Twitter is going to be good. There is a ton of people that are doing amazing logo designs in there. Yeah, it depends. Depends on the type of logo you want. I think Pinterest is going to be the best option to get like a wider variety of idea inspiration. Then let me just share that. We are doing a bit of talking about animation and transition in UI design right now, because Danny was debating enrolling in this course by Emil, and it is good for sure, but it doesn't. You got 2 passports. Good job. Good job. Now you can live Italy. I don't know. How much is it? I haven't checked that. That's the question. It's $1.99. You shouldn't. Yep. Good. Jimmy, if you want to send back a link, I would love to take a look at it again. Okay, so that's gonna be the simplest thing you want. Principle of motion design with the right types. And that's it. And the content that you will find here is going to be free. You will have the principle of motion designs in this specific Envato playlist. Envato tuts or tutorials are really good most of the time. This one is a shorter one of like 30 minutes. No, 10 minutes. And it's gonna go over animation in anything. Let me check. And also animation in UI a tad, mostly on motion design, motion graphics. But it's gonna be enough. So these, or I think technically I should just send you this one. This is gonna be good. It's gonna be free. Free's good. And yeah. And you're gonna learn everything that I learned in school. Basically. So all of these kind of thing, maybe the guy or the girl that is talking in the video, you don't like it. Nowak is gonna be good, obviously. I love Nowak. I mean, designer friend. So yes. Flora, hi, welcome on in. How are you? There is also this one that I've seen multiple times, but most of these videos are going to be extremely useful. Again, a lot of these are going to be for motion graphics and not necessarily for motion design in UI. But, you know, motion design, in UI. And boom, you have the same thing for free. So it's, YouTube is free. That is always going to be a thing. And maybe you find something that is good, maybe you don't. Cuberto is a good studio overall. We do enjoy what they do. And I don't know if that course is good. I don't know if it's not. But probably most of the thing that you will have learned in Emil's course is going to be in there and available in there. So this is a course that is using Sketch, probably because it's a course from 5 years ago. Yeah, exactly. Probably. I think I've seen this one. I may have seen that. The most important thing for me, again, as always, is what the fuck do you hear? Are you happy with the voice of the person that is teaching you things? Otherwise, you're not gonna retain anything. So, if Emil's voice is good and you like it, do that. If it's not, move on to something else. If this person is not good in its explanation, don't use that. If you like the voice, good. But the way that you consume content, if you like the person and the way that they speak and their speech pattern and all of that, it's going to be easier for you to learn and kind of store the information. That is the base. But yeah, so again, from what I'm seeing, it's just, you can see that right there. You can see the teeny tiny bounce in the transition, like, or you can just ask Notebook to ML, whatever, to do a podcast if that's the thing that you like. Then I'll write 2 lines of text from this page. I have another take. There might be something interesting about it. And that's something about it that is interesting is the fact that it is dev related. So the understanding of how you have the thing set up in code is important, specifically for you that is interested in learning how to do some dev related stuff. The transitions are going to be useful. He says shouldn't have animations more than 300 milliseconds, which is the regular recommended duration. Yes, I disagree. But in the feedback that I have received on the app, if this loads, I doubt it. It does. Nice. Someone said something, I think is this one? No. I think it's this one? Yes. They are saying that it feels like it takes half a second to a second of delay to change the page, which isn't true, but is true in a way. My transitions are usually 420. It's .42, .69, .21. These are my 3 sizes of length most of the time. 21 is when I want something that's snappy and almost instant. 42 is when I have a regular transition. And 69 is just for the fun of it, and it's usually when you have a transition that needs to be appreciated. 42 makes the user see the transition and 300 doesn't. It is so short and so fast that people will just tap on something and don't appreciate the transitions. 420 is so slightly slower that people will give you feedback saying, oh, it seems sluggish, or it seems slow, something is weird. It's on purpose, because you don't need anything so fast all the time. So, yeah. Most of my transitions are a tad longer than 300. Then some of them are triple that. So, yeah. Again, the rules as your transition shouldn't be like 300 is a bit of a weird thing, as in how can I say? Yes, there are rules that make sense. And in animation, there are things that we recommend, as in the 300 milliseconds is something that we recommend, yes. But it is the exact same thing as anything in design. You learn the rules to be able to break them later. Right? So you learn that the usual behavior is a snap with a bit of a bounce at the end. But for you, for some reason, you feel like that thing doesn't need a bounce, like it needs just a smooth transition. You would break the rule, technically, but it will still works. So, yeah, everything is kind of subjective, anyways. Good. There, I appreciate that. I've been appreciating these a lot. Good. Anyways, details, things, good feedbacks overall. So much things happening on this side of the internet. It's crazy. So going back to what I was saying, YouTube is going to be your best place. Again, I know that a lot of you don't necessarily know the words that you need to use in order to search and find the thing that you are looking for, which is what Stony is giving me all the time when I'm looking for something in code, because I'm using the wrong terms because I don't have the terms. It is the exact same thing for you. If you don't have the terms in design, you will probably have a bit of a harder time to get the exact thing that you are looking for. So motion design is what we call things. Animation in design is kind of wrong. It's called motion graphics. Motion graphics is usually where we have banners and ads. All of that. Motion design is the encapsulating thing. And I'm seeing Principle in front of me right here. Principle is an older app that is made by Google, I think. I forgot. I think it is. That I used to do my animations in there because it was way easier. Nowadays, Figma does the thing automatically as I want it to, but there is a ton of things that we don't have. In Principle, you have the ability to trigger animation on scroll position, for example, which is something that you can have in an app natively, which is something that you can have on a website. And all of that are things that I learned a while ago that now makes more sense. And it's easier for me to have and to be able to talk about it because I have had that teaching in the 2013, 10 years ago, and I have the basics. So you need the basics. Again, principle of motion design is going to be good. Principle of motion design in UI design, it's going to be more specific, but you kind of need to understand the motion design side of things. So what Flora sent earlier, the video about animation, is going to be really
Silly
good.
V is now following.
Silly V, hi, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks a lot for the follow. Appreciate it. I like the name. I like the profile picture. That S is pretty cool. That S is pretty cool. Yeah, I'm having the chat on the side. I like your profile picture. I like most people profile picture, but yeah. I guess that's the main things. Oh, in what department? give me a department. I can't. There is so many. So many. I was the first. I appreciate that. Thank you for the voice thing. Welcome on in. Well, there's this thing. I don't know who made it, but that this bitch ass dude right there. Wait, this is pretty cool. No, not that. I guess. Let me see. In UI? Or you want something that is not necessarily in UI? Because if that's the case, I have some visually pleasing things that are not UI related, which I love. Let me go between my ass cheeks. Oh no. Clerk is not even in my top 20 design references for me. Like, it's just out of there. It's good, design related, but it's just not in there. Let me see if I can find this. Yeah, you can't see the ass. It's not allowed, sadly. But there is these TikTok accounts, but also other accounts. I'll check. I'll click on that. It's probably gonna be on these things. It's been a while though since they have been in my feed. I love this thing as well. That's a pair of cheeks. I'm lying. I love these things a lot. Like a lot. Like visually pleasing type of things that is in the top department for me. It's really weird, and to me it really works. And like, they have a ton of really interesting design overall. Like, these stairs have been in my feed on Pinterest for years now. This is the type of shit that I like a lot. Same thing here, architecturally speaking, that is the type of visually pleasing thing that I have, which are inspirations for other departments, as in UI I could 100% envision some of these elements in a UI design on the phone with no issues. But there is one that I'm looking for that I can't find, obviously, because, you know, I hope these are. They are not. God damn it. God damn. I mean, it is this, but it's not this. I mean, it's not this account specifically. There is like one account that is doing these things that are truly amazing and visually pleasing. I guess this is going to be the best that I can get from here. That these lamps of pure glass with tinted glass and enclosed light tubes in there. It's just that's so good. That yeah, these bitches are just amazing. I love that. I see.
Potpot_UX rated my stream with 23 viewers.
I see. Potpot, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the rest of the stream? Welcome on in. For those of you who don't know me, hi. I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. If you have any design question, feel free to ask. As always, we're currently talking about visually pleasing things in things in the world, and I'm currently showcasing some sort of really interesting lights and glass structures that creator is doing, and I love these things. Love the way that they look. It looks so good. It looks so good. Thank you for the shout out, Stony. Appreciate that. But yeah, there was something I guess that is gonna be visually pleasing in the terms of what I like. In your previous question, which is what is Clerk? Clerk is this website specific that is a very business oriented website that is highly rated by designers for that specific reason. The backgrounds and the micro interaction and animation that is present on that page is just crazy. So you have a ton of elements everywhere, and every time that you're hovering something, it does, or it has, teeny tiny micro interactions that just looks amazing. So all of that is the reason why people are placing it so high. It is up there, but it's not that high for me. I guess Dreamcut is gonna be better for me right now. This entire website is similar. It is. But one of the reasons why I like it better than Clerk is because most and all of the things just works. Like everything that is on this page is basically a UI element that you can play with, and it's just there, and it just works. And this is an amazing thing as well, like teeny tiny interactions that works in both ways. That is the type of website that I kind of hope to do one day at some point for a presentation of something. But the fact that everything is working is kind of crazy to me, that they took the time to implement all of these UI elements in the landing page that most people wouldn't even look at or click on because they don't really know that it is a clickable element. But yeah, like all of that is kind of, to me, it's kind of crazy. So I do like Dreamcut lately, visually pleasing things. other than that, I don't know. Pot, did you figure out the design system token thingy? Do you need some help type of thing? Um, um, you're welcome. If you have, Silly, if you have any question, need a link, whatever, don't hesitate to just ask. The thing that we say is, going back to this, the thing that we say is, if you have, that is not the right key. If you have this, also my computer is kind of freaking out right now. That's gonna be enough. So if you have a page that has like a white background, for some reason it has a white background, and on top of that page you have a card, and you want that card to be visible, what the fuck are you gonna do? You're gonna add a stroke to ensure that it's visible, maybe, because it's me, I'm gonna add a bit of roundness, and then you're gonna add a drop shadow. Maybe that stroke is a bit too strong, so you put it at 10%, and boom, you have your element that is highlighted higher than the content. Cool. Now, let's say that this is a black background, and that card is black as well. And in order to have the differentiation in colors, I'm gonna need to have my stroke in white and my shadow in white. And it looks like shit. And not half shit, like it really is bad. And the main reason for that is because the background is pure black. So in order to combat that, you just need to have your background to be black, but not that black. And then your shadow can remain dark. And now you have a black background and a black card. That black card is kind of strong right now, so I'm gonna just make it less strong. And that is working. Not great, working. But the thing that we have in the elevation principles that we are using in refactoring UI is the elevation of elements is always gonna be this. So let me just do a small card right here, and we're gonna have not 3D transform, it is the other one that I used, skew transform, I guess. Skew transform is gonna be enough. So if you have your background at the bottom of your elements that is black, the one that is above that can't be black, because if you have that, you don't really understand the stacking of elements. So that secondary one is going to be a tad lighter, and then that third one is going to be a tad lighter, and that fourth one is going to be a tad lighter. And so you use light to help the user understand the depth of elements. The lighter an element is in dark mode, the closer to the user it is. And in like light mode, it's the same thing. basically it's the opposite. The first layer here is gonna be white because it's the closer to you. The second one is supposed to be a tad darker. The fourth one or the third one is going to be a tad darker. And the last one is going to be a tad darker. And you have that same realm of elevation, meaning that right now, that is bad. And what we should have is a broken white or light gray in the background to help differentiate the card itself from the background. Then from there, that shadow is way too strong, so we can bump its depth and change that to -16, have this at 16, and maybe this can be like, I don't know, 16. And now you have a pretty eye-pleasing card, because the background help your eyes to understand the difference in between background and element or card element, which is going to be the exact same thing here. Instead of having that darker, we're going to do this instead. So this is going to be 1B for the background. This one is going to be a tad lighter, which is usually 35, but I can do 27. That is probably going to be 8, 4. And here the shadow is the same thing. I'm probably going to have 16 on this one and 16 and -8 or -16 on this to have a similar-ish shadow. And you have two cards that have that depth perception. It still works on dark mode. So I'm not using a negative blur, I'm using a negative spread. We're going into shadow now. Cool. Where's that? Where's that file? Where's my file? I opened it like a month ago. In my shadow workshop, we have a shadow workshop, yes. Here is the understanding of how a shadow work in Figma. If you move the element or if you move the Y value of the shadow in positive, it basically means that the shadow or the light source is going to be here, and the shadow is going to be at the bottom of the card if it's a drop shadow. It's the opposite if it's an inner shadow, whatever. Positive is going to be light coming from the top of the page, and then if it's no Y, it's direct light from the top of the element, like in front of the element. And if it's a negative one, it's the light is coming from the bottom of the element and it's lighting up above. The spread, if you have a negative spread, basically what happens is that your shadow is smaller than your element, meaning that with a negative spread and a positive Y, the shadow is going to be more subtle because you can only see the blurred section that is smaller, that pops out. And then if you have a positive spread, right, obviously you have a bigger shadow. So that's the thing. How object and shadow behave on natural darkness with little light. The shadow looks all right. Yes, it can. It can. It's a bit complicated, but it can be a thing. But pure darkness is never gonna have like shadows. You're probably gonna have glows most of the time, or shiny elements. That might break. No, that might break the stream. Let me try that out. So there is this cheat sheet that I have, which is pretty useful as well to understand how the spread work. from a point of view from what you're seeing on screen. If you increase the blow of an element, you have more or less blow underneath the elements, right? That's about it. This is with an increased or decreased spread. The spread here is equal to 0, and here it's negative, and here it's positive. So that is your matrix of spread. Yeah. Let me try that out. I had a potential idea. I forgot if I can do that. That might be a bit too strong for the stream to handle at the same time. Shit. Sorry. So, if I have this, should probably be in. But if I have this, which is inside of a box, I can't see anything. If I have a light source inside of that box, it will light up how things are. And if you are in a dark environment with a dark element, I'm not gonna keep that. I think that's gonna be too intensive. I think. Shit. I think the stuff that we had in the beginning, when it was like the spread version of, like, it's basically going to be this. If you have elements that are like glossy, have a good rest of your day. Yes. Yes. It's going to be shiny, and the rest is kind of black, but the element has a shine and a gloss effect. So that thing here is probably going to happen if you have a light source somewhere that is kind of faint. Any reflective element will have that reflection kind of on it. So that may help in a way, like this. It just shines right there. And one of the things that you learn when you do paintings is when you paint a shadow, you never use black. Ever. A shadow on a person is purple. Or blue. And that is because of the color theories, that's just additive and all that shit. But shadows on people are kind of purple, blue-ish because of the tint, French, tint on the skin. And if you look at it on whatever is around you, the shadow is never going to be black. It's going to be a light gray. It's going to be an additive thing. It's also going to reflect the element itself. We've talked about that in the past. We've shared that last week, I think. Last week? Yeah, dang. For UI specifically, you can have a bit of an understanding of how things are supposed to be lit. And that's a pretty good reference as well. That's not the thing. But yeah, I think Mark is gonna have a good references or good amount of references of dark UI need shadows overall, because they are using some physical recreation. That's usually what they do. So take a look at what they create as well, because they are good. But they have a ton of light things or light related elements to show you how things would behave, as in this is the light mode switch and it's shining in the dark mode, and that shine is highlighting the elements in a way that makes sense. Similarly to what I did here in my initial planning of the app, we had that kind of ID at the top to have a ray of light that would highlight the current section. And so if you look at it closely, the element is highlighted in that department only. It is wider in the corner and less white on the other side. And this one is also highlighted at the top, but then this element is interfering, therefore the shadow kind of starts there. Of that fickle looking component that I feel they become dated looking way faster, even though I think they are pretty. I think the skeuomorphism or physical looking apps are dated, because when we started to do apps in 2007, not really, 8, 9, I think, yes, the App Store was 2009 when people started to really do apps. Basically were skeuomorphism, because the Symbian OS that we used to have on phones before that was kind of skeuomorphic as well. We tried to add glass, we had to like, it's the link that I shared just about, the second link that I shared, or something. Design Loom is the one. I mean, and the one just above is also, like, these are two links. But at that time in 2009 is basically changing from Symbian. I think the Xperia one is going to be pretty good. Like the initial, I think it's the Sony Ericsson at this point. Bitch. These interface, I mean, this one is it seems to be the Windows phone, which is bad. But these interfaces at the time, we used to build them for physicality. It was also the realm of Windows 7, I think, or Vista. And we had some sort of interesting elements, and we created apps that were mimicking physical in order to feel natural for the user. Therefore, if you are old enough, any apps that looks physical is dated for you, because it feels like that era of apps that we used to have. I think the Xperia 2? No. I guess the Arc is gonna be a good reference on this one. It was pretty encapsulating of the era of design, with, again, the highlight, the glass effect that how was it called? Feed? It wasn't a feed. That was a really cool ID. But all of that, I mean, I'm old, kinda. I designed that phone on paper before it came out when I was in school. Not for Sony Ericsson. I wish. I wished. But yeah, that phone specifically, all of that, is like the era of physicals. As you can see right there, we had like physical thing that was bending papers. Anyways, now the thing is, most of the newer designers don't have the ability to do that. They can't at all recreate like a physical element. It's really complicated for them to think about highlighting something and making it make sense. I've seen so many people. I'm gonna go to Farrell because he is a good example of. Is it 2 R's again? Yes. Farrell is a really good example of creating physical elements, specifically buttons, on Twitter right now. And most of the things have physicality. Some of them I like, some of them I don't like. But he's creating like a thing that is interesting and have physical properties that works in a kind of flat environment. Like, this is not necessarily how I would make it, but it still works. Doesn't change the fact. It still works. And a ton of these buttons and these experiments that he's making on buttons is gonna help you kind of understand how the button works. As in, this one, the white one, is concave, and the purple one is convex. Like, it's bumpy. And you can see that by the fact that this is lighter in color than this, and here this is darker in color than this. So physically speaking, the white one is concave and this one is convex. Then all of these like properties are gonna help you in light mode, dark mode, understanding how the light should bounce on things. So if I were to, again, as always, pretty simple exercise here. If I want this to be right here. I want this one. Let's say we have a light source here. That's our light source element. This one I want it to be concave. How do I do that? I add an effect that is going to be an inner shadow, and then I add an effect that is going to be an inner shadow, the opposite. So instead of 4, it's going to be -4, and instead of black, it's going to be white. And roughly this is how it is. And if I want the opposite here, it's going to be the opposite. So this is going to have an effect that is going to be an inner shadow, you guessed it. But instead of being black, it's going to be white. And then on the other side, I'm going to have an effect that's going to be an inner shadow. And that's going to be a -4. And it's going to be black. But because it's convex, or convex, it bumps out of the page. Therefore, it also has a drop shadow. And that drop shadow is going to be the distance in between the peak and the bottom. And it also have some sort of a less pronounced element. So I'm probably going to be just doing that and move it a tad to the side to make it make sense. This one is really bad, but this is convex. You can see that it's bubbly because the light source is here, and this one is curved because the light source is there, same thing. And then you can add stuff on it to make it more logical. Like right now, I haven't done shit into ensuring that this is good. Like technically, the highlight should be really, really sharp. We should have something like this, probably right there. And then this one is pretty good, but I feel like a 16 would be a tad better. And then just because I know how it is, we should have another inner shadow that is minus 0.5. That would be white with a blur of 0. I see. It's not even going to be minus 0.5, it's going to be a minus 2. Because the rim of the edge of elements is going to be kind of shiny based on that. So that's the thing. Some of the thing that happens as well, there is a light bounce that will happen here, which is the light here would bounce around the shadow there. So usually you have a secondary shadow that is going to be roughly the same color as the background, or a tad lighter, but right, all that. And this is gonna be, let's do blur of 1. Let's place it somewhere here. Let's make that a tad lighter. I can see it. Not a single drop today. But yeah, you would have like a secondary highlight on the side that is just a smidge of something. But that's about it. And now it's a really good divot. Physical divot. It's if I had the exact same thing on top of that, the layer blur of 2 to get the same effect. You really have... Nah, I don't have a monitor light. I never understood monitor light. It feels weird to me. Always felt weird. But yeah, that's basically it. How you can create some physical element in Figma. And so with that same concept, so Pharrell is going to be pretty good at having some things, to answer your question earlier. This is mostly for fun, but it's also the same thing as how can I say that? It's flexing, as I'm always flexing on here when I'm talking about Figma stuff and thing that I do. Like, this is a flex, which you've seen many times if you've been here before. And yes, this is a Figma thing. And yeah, that's it. It's just showcasing the ability that you have in the tool that you are using. So with me understanding light and using like a photo as a reference, obviously, this is what you can achieve in Figma, and it just helps you to then build other things. It's just lines. It's not that many lines either. But that's about it. Same thing here. Like, that's the other one that I kind of like. Because with that in mind, you can 100% do that. And you can repaint rewrap a color? Why do you not have sounds? That is going to be my question. That is a thing. I think I have. Do I? Yeah, I do. Yeah, this is Figma, yeah. We did that one on stream. So there might be a VODs about it. But yeah. Maxbot, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's your day going? So this is the initial picture, right? Taken by a photograph and then retouched somewhere. And then this is what I did in Figma. Which is not exactly true. You can see that the difference in the real lights. Mine is a bit more blurry because I don't have a choice. And also the closer you look, the less good it looks. But if I'm giving it from here, no difference. It's pretty simple. Like it's just lines. I'm doing good. I am doing good. You missed a lot of things today, Arkham. A lot of things. So yeah, overall, dang. That's about it. That's about it. Let's read these from here. Nomin. Well, you missed the the fact that I have so many fucking notification. And the reason for so many fucking notification is coming from these. And this post specifically, right there, got a tiny amount of traction on Twitter, and a tiny amount of traction on Threads, and we went from 23 users on Sunday, like 54 users on Sunday, to 634 today. So you missed that. Which is really cool. And just because I shared this fucking video, that's it. That's it. I shared that, people liked it, and now everything is blowing up. Yeah. And 600 session, there is 450 users officially. And yeah. Not really. The good thing is they have been giving me some feedbacks which have been implemented, as in most of the feedback that have been popping in have been fixed already. So there were some people that had like some issues, so I fixed that. Like this thing happened, and that's bad. It's bad. good. That, bad, that, good. So now it's fixed. So I kind of worked on most of the things, and yeah, it's good. I think it's good. It's a good overall thing. Yeah, I think I could. Yeah, Bees Day. Bees Day, there is still things that I can't figure out. And there are some good feedbacks in the comments most of the time. That person has been chatting a ton. But yeah, there is a ton of pretty good things. Right there. But yeah, it's really nice to have a platform that organically shows content to the people that are interested compared to Twitter. Yeah, I'm gonna release and launch on Product Hunt when I have the app on the store, which is not the case right now. That is not the case. But yeah, it's planned. It is planned. I'm gonna pee 1 second. What is missing is a good question. What is missing is a good question. I think, as of right now, for me, the overall thing. God damn it, you bitch! Come back, come back. Because it's right there, but it's easier if I take it here. The app is missing marketing, as in order to push an app to the store, you need to at least have screenshots and or presentation screenshots in for the store, like the ASO. So Apple Store something, I forgot. But that's the thing that is missing. The other thing that is missing is the logic on rewards per day and how it is displayed to the user. So right now, if I'm doing like a quiz, I'm just gonna have, if it's good, then that's good, right? So far I'm doing the thing and it's fine. I'm having everything. Right now, this is just saying quiz completed and 5 out of 5, which is not fun and not good much. I did a bit of a switcheroo thingy, which doesn't work in green mode, but it still exists. As in, if I'm getting like a quiz 100% right, the mattress in the background is gonna be green. So these dots right there, which you might be able to see on stream, these are green because I have a fully one like 5 out of 5 quiz done. If it's not, if I'm making a mistake, for example, um, as in right there, or more mistakes, I don't care. These are gonna remain gray, which is the color of the theme. They are still there, but they remain gray. That's a teeny tiny details that makes no sense. But for example, here there should be an enter screen that says you have reached the streak for this day. For example, if it's the first quiz of the day, you reach one, like +1 on that thing. I don't think you can. I'm thinking about that. You may be able to find it here. 1 second. I may have it as a link somewhere. I'm gonna look at that in a second. So in here, right, I've done this, which is the logic, but I need the streak to be happening as well. I also need the like the coins to be rewarded as well. And I need that page, even though really cute and working with the effect of moving and all that. Right now what I did is that the coins on the coin card is changing every time you reload the page. So sometimes it's black, sometimes it's gold, sometimes it's something else. If it's gold twice in a row, it's gonna be bad. But yeah, that's the thing. So that's the initial thing. That profile page needs to be redesigned, or at least have some content that makes more sense. The other thing is light mode. I know, but light mode is a thing, and a lot of people are using light modes, and I need to have a working light mode, as in this at the top. It is visible on my phone. It is not visible enough to make sense. So there is a lot of contrast on stream that also is not visible. But yeah, it needs, like, this entire app needs to work on light mode for other colors. Right now it basically only works for gray. The others are kind of meh. It's fine, but it's not great. So all of these kind of tweaks and ensuring that accessibility is there, that people can understand where buttons are, all of that is needing to happen. And the rest is pretty good. Like the quizzes, the dictionaries, that works for most cases. So pretty happy with that, but that's bad. Like that's the thing that I don't understand. The readings here, for example, are not disappearing where they should, which is just bad. Like this bottom is fine, but then there are some examples in the middle, for some reason, to just retain the readings, and some they don't. Like right here, I have reading re-enable, but these don't show, or they show after a while. It's just weird. There is some teeny tiny bugs that needs to be fixed. So all that needs to happen before it can be released. If I can, I doubt it, but if I can, I'm gonna attempt that. But at least, or at the end of the week, just in 3 days, potentially having that kind of released-ish and or at least submitted to Apple for review. If I can do that, I would be happy with it. So it would, if it is accepted for review, then we can launch it on Product Hunt. If it's not, then I know what I need to fix before I can move on and continue. Because there is multiple options. I talked about that before. If the App Store review says it is too close looking to existing apps, they are not gonna accept it. If they are saying the behavior of the content is the exact same thing as another app that exists, they are not gonna accept it. Maybe there are behavior in the code, thing that because I don't know shit, thing that I have made, that just don't pass Apple's reviews. And that might be bad. So yeah, I don't know yet, but I need a review by Apple to ensure that it's feasible, or it might be feasible. That will be a thing at some point, but that also will be for another day. Need to work on that. So when all of these game system, coin system, store to buy coins, ensuring that everything has the right prices, all of that needs to happen. And then I can potentially send for review. Potentially. Interesting. I am gonna send you 2 plush, because it's been a while. And she's comfy. And she's just started. Ish. I need to work. And don't worry, David Tennant is gonna come back for you in other TV shows like Good Omen, for example, which is pretty good. If you like David Tennant so much, you can also see him in Jessica Jones, if you like Marvel stuff. That happens. Anyways. As always, the VOD is going to be on YouTube and stored on the live section. The Discord is here if you have a question when I'm not live. Always useful. You can stalk me online and you can find the Can app link in that link, that bento.me.
Mom?
And also, yes, you can buy us a thing, but also I shall be back on Friday for more chatting-ish things. Thanks for the cheer. I appreciate that. Thank you. And yeah, plush nugget that we
Silly
are
cheered X100
rating right now is an artist doing some emotes, and I don't know, she's doing some Halloween related illustrations. Nonetheless, have a good rest of your day. Ask the question about Framer in the Discord, Arkham. And yeah, bye.